Good evening, everyone, and welcome to episode 17 of Rebirth, a D&D tale. Last we left off, a few of our members of the Lucky Sevens had gone into the desert to check out what it is that Karthus meant by Sandog in collecting their hides for some additional cash. Karthus promised them 100 gold for each one that they were able to bring back, since the carapace hides of these creatures made for really good, sturdy armor. And, of course, he would want to turn around and sell them for a profit, I'm sure, for someone who might be interested in crafting such a thing. But in the desert where they found these creatures, one of these creatures, a young one, well, possibly an adolescent, they also found some ruins that told of ancient entities. Speaking of whispers and death and other such things that's of a rather sort of dubious nature. Most of these ruins had Celestial written as the language on them, and thanks to some translation that our good friend Kinwin was able to do, they figured out that these runes were ancient and spoke of these ill tidings. And so, having felled an adolescent of the Sanddogs, the members of the party went back to the city, knowing that should they encounter an adult, they might get overwhelmed. And so, in going back and resting, the party is now concerned with the ruins that are being found in the desert, these sands blowing their way across the land, possibly even causing some of the desertification of the forests of the Twilight Grove. The spread of the desert sands making way for things to be unearthed, and who knows what could lie beneath. And so, on this new morning, our party prepares themselves in their usual fashions and gets ready to possibly tackle something new today. Or something else that's going on in the city of Kombe, which is that the dead of the city have been stirring in their graves and lifting themselves out. The souls of the unsent kind of marauding and attacking the living. And so perhaps there's more to investigate in this city than initially anticipated. And so, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Rune begins his morning going through some notes, trying to jot down what he can from past couple of days of research. The party had just the other day happened to bring home bring back the sand dog pieces, and he'd taken the opportunity to study the carapaces and parts to it before they went ahead and sold it. So he's just going over a couple of those notes, as well as trying to figure out once again how to construct certain items that um wow, my brain just took a dump. Remembering how to construct certain items that Darius, trying to figure out certain items Darius had requested of him.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He hasn't figured out the mechanics exactly yet, but he's getting sort of a reference, an idea of what he needs. He's taken note of like the different stock of resources that he'll need to throw together.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so
But
really it just comes down to sort of like a component cost.
yeah, the monetary cost is kind of the big factor in that.
Money definitely seems to be the biggest factor for this group.
Mm.
We're lacking, to say the least. Lacking resources and a regular income. Perhaps hunting these sand dogs will be ideal again. With these notes and further study of the carapace, I've discerned a few things, a few factors regarding maybe some weaknesses they might have. Is that something I would be able to actually roll into?
That would be a nature check, I believe, as these are very natural creatures.
Nature check, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, not all screwed on that. Yeah, I'm not screwed on that at all. So that's going to be 17, 18, 19, 20.
20.
Nice.
And so, a lot of what Karthus had told you about these sand dogs and how they go about, burrowing through sands, essentially swimming in the sand, more or less. They don't thrive or really even go beyond, sandy landscapes, as digging through rock and dirt and other, harder surfaces is not something that they're accustomed to. They're not built for. And so, and their carapace hides help them to glide through the sand much more easily. You would know that the specimen that they brought back, the inspecting, the hides and claws and teeth and everything else that they brought back with them, uh, is indeed from an adolescent of these creatures. That an adult would have longer and stronger claws. That the 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 sort of toughness of an adult would be uh, would could have potentially overwhelmed them uh, had they encountered an adult. Um, and and so a lot of what you're seeing is Karthus was telling the truth about these creatures. Um, you would know you would know that there is a lot of use for their carapace hides in all sorts of craft that would need something that would be very sturdy, but also um, not necessarily require metal, as metals are kind of hard to find out here. So a lot of the armor that you see is made from very sturdy hides and carapace and other such things. A lot of the guard that you've seen, while they're they don't wear a whole lot of visible armor, but what they do wear is made of, um, seems to be made of something other than metal. And you suspect that a lot of it is, animal hide and other such things. Um, since since in being in the slums, you haven't really found much in the way of a metal smithery, where any metalsmithing is used to make, mundane things for everyday life. but rarely are you seeing anything in such a weapons that are made of metals in the slums, at least, of the city.
Um, okay, but what about weaknesses?
Weaknesses, you would know that um, that they don't really have much in the way of weakness. The easiest way to take them down is to overwhelm them. That the it is it is deadlier to be near them than it is to be far away. And so overwhelming them from a range would be more ideal, as getting up close, especially to an adult, could lead to some vicious injuries.
Gotcha. Okay.
They don't
Ranged attacks are
necessarily have weaknesses per se as far as vulnerabilities, but they could be easily overwhelmed if you got the jump on them.
ranged attacks are best. Hold the creature. Keep them at a distance. Do not give them leeway. Understood.
And they easily get the jump on their prey. So staying aware is key to the reason that they are able to get the jump on any creature is because swimming through sand is virtually silent.
Got it. Okay. And Rune will note these things down, make sure that it is effectively just in his notes and committed to memory. He'll be leewaying it to the party later. But as of right now, that seems to be the majority of what he needed to gather on that. Closes his notebook. Proceeds on. He goes down to the lobby area of the. And we're still staying at String's mom's bar, right?
You've been sleeping at Father Masterson's temple, as there is a much roomier sort of multi bed room,
Okay.
but it is a bigger space so that everybody has at least a bed.
All right. He's gonna go speak to. He's going to go leave the room, silently close the door. He spots Father Masterson and goes and speaks to him.
And you see that he's kind of knelt in front of this rather simple statue of the Soul Forger, who has the reason you know that is because there is a smithing anvil and a hammer in his hand for the statue of the figure. He seems to be silently knelt and praying. You assume that this is much in the same way that Lagon does, except Lagon is very much a follower of the Wild Mother.
Rune doesn't necessarily interrupt his praying, but what was the deity again?
The Soul Forger, Moradin.
Soul Forger. Okay. He will just stand there and wait for Father Masterson to finish his prayer before any introductions. And once Father Masterson is finished and kind of has taken note of Rune just standing there, staring at him the entire time.
And eventually he does notice you after a moment of silently praying, and
Yeah.
when he looks up, oh,
Good morning.
good morning. Rest well.
Yes.
I notice you stand when you rest.
Yes. It is a downtime period. I tend to meditate on the different effects and activities that have occurred through the day.
You must sleep like an elf then.
Not quite, but if that is an effective analogy for you, it will be adequate.
That's the closest thing. I mean, you wear your armor the entire time. I find that a bit strange. Isn't it uncomfortable?
No.
I
Do you
suppose.
find it uncomfortable?
Well, no. I personally don't wear much in the way of wear much in the way of any kind of armor. I'm not a battle ready cleric, as it were. I'm just a priest.
Understandable. All the while, though, I wanted to thank you again for allowing myself and the rest of the Lucky Sevens to remain here at this time.
You are welcome here. It is my pleasure.
It's been great help, as we're trying to collect ourselves and our resources at this time.
Anything that I can do to help weary travelers.
Rin nods. And, I'm trying to think. We've already talked to Father Masterson before quite a bit about, like, what he would know about this undead phenomenon.
Yeah.
And he said there was a body pile outside the village, wasn't there?
That any kind of pandemic that sweeps through the slums, oftentimes those who fall ill and die are often kind of buried together in a sort of body pit. There's not necessarily a pile because it is still considered mostly disrespectful to just leave a body out in the open. But they do what they can to service as many people as fall ill to something like that,
Okay.
and still bury them, and still try to get their names on some kind of marking.
You said there was a mass burial process that occurred outside the city, and I had intentions of going to investigate that with my group today. But I had a question about it.
Yes.
Has there been a mass string of deaths lately to cause this mass burial?
Oh well, aside from what happened the other day, um, a couple of unlucky people got caught up in the sort of cacophony, I suppose you could call it. That some people did lose their lives, yes, but not many that it would still be considered something that would require something massive to be dug. Is the individuals still had, their families to deal with the uh, the different rites.
Of course. I suppose my concern is such activities or rituals are performed when a pandemic or great catastrophe occurs, rather than a few. Well, it isn't to say that it is necessarily an accident, or not to lessen the severity of the circumstances. But normally, such a small amount of death usually has their own rituals and rites that are kept away from larger rituals.
Yes, and often burial ceremonies are carried out by those of the cloth, and en masse is a little bit more difficult, but we try to do what we can to protect the souls of those who have passed as they make their way to paradise.
Souls. Do
Yes.
you believe that perhaps the spirits, these ghosts and zombies, you believe that undead have souls?
I believe that apparitions like ghosts and wisps and other such malicious sort of creatures are created by the souls of those who had not been protected. And it is sad, really, that that their souls never made it to paradise and got stuck in this realm. And so the only thing we can do is to send them off in the only way we can. And, well, the bodies of those who have perished getting up and walking on their own, well, that's arcane in nature.
Yes,
The foulest of natures.
agreed.
All we can do is put the body back to rest.
Rune, there's a thought that kind of circles around in his headspace for a moment, thinking about the arcane nature of a spirit being bound to a physical body. Is that what he is? By technicalities, is he some profane thing like that? A necromantic abomination? And should also be laid to rest? He looks down at the floor for a moment, kind of lost in thought, before he looks back up to the father, and he nods. I will have to consult one of my peers more about this. I'm sure you've met Lagan?
Yes, we've talked at length. By this point.
Yes. He seems to be far more knowledgeable on these things than I am myself. But I presume that I will be continuing my activities on this investigation with him. In the meantime, I may have more questions for you, and I appreciate your assistance.
Again, anything that I can do to help.
Rune nods, and he, at this point, will begin looking for Lagan. I'm not sure if he was in the room before, or...
It'll be about this time Lagan is done with his daily preparations and prayers and is actually coming out to look for Father Masterson as we speak, but go ahead.
Kind of run into each other as you're crossing paths.
Yes.
Lagan.
Yes. What may I help you with?
I had intentions to continue our investigation from before, and was hoping if maybe you could assist me.
Yes, I have thoughts on Father Masterson says all of the preparations have been made for those that are going to be in the communal. They've either been torched or other rites have been placed on them to help them from coming back. As the Walking Dead among us. Our best bet from my talks with Father Masterson on information other than potentially talking to other citizens is with the library in the upper city. Potentially the Bard College as well, if I understood him correctly. To that note, give me a moment, I will return. Is Vanya or Lagan still carrying the haversack?
I believe that would be Lagan.
Okay, I want to make sure. And is going to find Father Masterson with a question.
He's kind of collecting his things once more, kind of getting things set back up so that he could have the sort of sanctuary ready for anyone who might come in to offer prayers or worship, as there's not really a set worship day for Moradin.
Okay. Lagan will do what he can to help him set up his preparations, and in doing so,
Mhm.
where would be the best place to have meats cured or prepared
Curing
in a
and
way that
preparing.
Lagan will open the haversack, and at this point we're 25 pounds down from, I believe you said 300.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and heavy chunks of the sand dog meat. I have a lot of this that I don't want to go bad.
Oh. Uh, uh, you recently hunted kill. Um, hmm. Well, that
Yes.
would be in the market. There's some butcheries um, who also do some curing and smoking and things of that sort to help preserve food for long periods of time. They sort of which ones exactly? I've barely I barely even deal in prepared food. I mostly deal in fresh, mostly vegetables. But if I can find them, usually. Um, but
Yes.
in the markets, you should find what you're looking for.
All right. Um. So you're fairly strict vegetarian.
Uh, myself and well, we meat is expensive.
I'm aware, and the probably close to 20-pound chunk that Lagan is holding hands it to Father Masterson.
Uh,
If you would like, I can have this taken care of with what we're trying to get done. This would be for you.
that would be very generous.
And, well, this is in response to your generosity. Just to find comfort and rest in your temple here.
You do not need to pay for services.
It is a gift, much like the one I made to Belle last night, the feast, and her hospitality as well. It is not a payment. It is a show of an appreciation.
Then may the forger's blessings be upon you.
And the mother's upon you and yours. Lagan will bow and return to Rune. Blessed day, Father Masterson.
Blessed day.
Rune nods. We should get the others if we're planning to investigate the college and introduce ourselves as a group.
Yeah, we're gonna raise a few eyebrows.
Yet acting as an organization will be most effective.
I do not disagree. I just our name well, they're already looking at us kind of side-eye, just in the motley crew that we make. But now they're assuming we can't count either.
You suggest a different way
No,
we introduce ourselves.
no, not at all. I'm just thinking we should be mindful of people questioning our intellect. That's all. No, I am not suggesting a rebranding. The Lucky Sevens are the Lucky Sevens. And one day soon they may be the 7 again.
You're not. And, I suppose at this point, him and Lagan are gonna go seek the others. The other two.
All right. Vanya and Woden, or Kinwin, you're finishing up whatever it is that you need to finish up as you have also slept at this church, and so Kinwin is finishing up his little daily rituals. Vanya, is there anything specific you were doing this morning, since you typically sleep only about half that time?
She would have been out the door, just kind of exploring that little part of the city.
Okay.
Like, the second the sun came up.
Mm-hmm. Would you still be out at this time? Because it is still early morning.
She'd probably just be coming in.
Okay.
This time.
You'll just be coming back from having explored. Kinwin is finished with some of his morning prayers, as a follower of the land himself, and so you are all present at this temple to the Soul Forger.
Yes. I believe before we get our investigations underway, have a stop to make in the market district.
Oh? Anything on your mind?
Roughly 300 pounds of meat.
That's right, we do still have that.
As much as the bag keeps this, I think we should have at least some of this prepared. We're at this point probably closer to 250 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah.
You just gave a
25
big fresh chunk to Father Masterson.
Yes. 25 pounds to Bell last night,
Mhm.
25 to Father Masterson at this point.
Which he immediately went to go to the kitchen, the very small kitchen that he has in his temple, to prepare meals. So he's gonna prepare it up today, just so that he can make it keep.
Right. And I don't know, smoking, curing, at least half of it. So that, yes, we've got some fresh that we can use on our travels, and as long as we have this fabulous little satchel has loaned us for the time being. I really must get one of these. How much coin do we have?
That is a very good question. How much coin do you have?
7 platinum, 114 gold, 135 silver, and 40 copper.
Okay. Expenses of this city are to add every, so if we can provide for ourselves, it's best. Let's see if we can find these butchers Father Masterson was talking about.
Sounds like a plan.
Agreed.
Hey, maybe we might actually sell some of this to the butcher too.
Well, every little bit would help.
Yes.
All right.
Again, things to keep in mind.
So, you four head off into the market then?
Mm-hmm.
So, to negotiate the use of because there is a butchery here in this particular part of the city, but it is rather small since this is the slums, and their meat prices are, when you look at them, pretty expensive, and when looking about and they're telling you about the capabilities of their shop, the the ability to cure that much meat will take a long time to cure and to smoke. And so
I'm
the volume at
aware.
which they can do so is going to take days.
That is perfectly understandable. Uh, and we have quite a quantity, so
They would be willing to trade you time in, because it takes away from everything else that they're smoking and curing.
right.
Time in their facilities for some of that to be sold fresh in exchange.
What's the exchange? Their
For
f- fresh meat to
yeah,
cure what is
they would want for the um for 100 pounds, which is all they can do at once. For 100 pounds worth, uh, they would want 20 pounds fresh that they could sell immediately
done.
in exchange. Yeah. So that
Done.
first 100 plus 20
Yep.
as a payment to them for it, uh, which means you will get that other 100 back after a day,
Right.
and so you will have 100 pounds worth of cured and or smoked meats.
And then we still have a little over 100 fresh.
Yep, a little over 100 fresh left in your bag. So
Okay. All right. Um, would you be willing to purchase any fresh meat?
let's see. How much are you wanting to sell them? Because they have very limited funds.
Uh, gave them 20.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at trying to get rid of another 20, 25 at most.
Okay. They would buy it from you for a wholesale. Um,
Right.
so what is the normal price for rations? Let's just look at that.
Rations?
Yeah, because I'm gonna base it off of that price.
Okay.
5 silver per day worth,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna say, and 2 pounds is a day's worth. So, they would be willing to buy it from you for uh 2 silver pieces per 2 pounds, so that they could turn around and sell it too.
I'm aware. Uh, I'm not gonna haggle with this guy. Sell him the other 25.
Other 25. Okay, so that's 20.
Yeah.
25 times 2 silver pieces. That's 50 silver. So he would be handing you. Oh, is that? It's 5 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 gold. Which basically
And,
empties their coffers for the day.
and if we catch any more of these things, we'll see you again. See what we can make on arrangements, and
I don't know that I
you've
could
got.
move that much that quickly.
I didn't say today, sir.
Well, in the future, even some of this is going to have to get prepared. I can't. I don't move that much meat in a day.
Well, you have a blessed day, sir.
You as well.
I believe we would be heading to Bell's place to see if we can meet up with Strings.
Okay. It's not too far away, and Strings would be there. kind of helping out in the start of the morning with his mother. His father's already gone off to work. He kind of looks over to you, and you can see the sort of smile in his eyes. Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I believe we are well. Ah, do you have any plans today?
No, not really. Just no, nothing really.
Does your mother mind if you guide us around the city?
She kind of looks over when she hears that she's been spoken about, and she kind of cocks her head a little bit. What are you doing?
Do you mind if Strings shows us about again?
Be careful. Yes, Mama.
Always.
And Strings kind of nods at you and kind of puffs up his chest a little bit. You can see that he's pretty excited to be going out again. Where to?
We need to try and get into the library in the upper city.
Oh, I've been there.
Potentially the Bard College as
That one's tricky. It's very hard. But it's very pretty. You have to go through the gates. The gates. Well,
Is there another gate with different guards than the ones that we've been dealing with?
no. All of them are flyers. There's a lot of flyers in the guard.
I'm not asking about whether they're flyers or not. I meant those specific assholes we had to deal with the last couple of times
Oh,
and bribe to get through the gates. Is there another gate with potentially other guards we don't have to bribe to get business done?
to not have to bribe. Ugh. No. Most don't want to slum people. Most are very strict. They don't like people going in and out. But if you say the right words, and I could say the right words sometimes, they might be nice. On occasion. It's rare.
If we don't have to pay them, that would be best.
Have to pay for a lot of things in this city, including entry, everywhere. Price of admission.
Just to enter this city should not require a price of admission.
That's what
We do
Lord
not make the
Kaiji
rule.
wanted.
We do not make the rules. Fortunately, we will have to play by them.
We have to play by them, but corruption is not a rule that I wish to play by.
Rarely is that the case.
Corruption?
That's what bribery is. It's a corrupt practice.
Everyone pays.
Even the Lord here? He pays to enter in and out?
I don't know.
I highly doubt it.
I never asked. I've never met him.
Wasn't a very pleasant man.
Shh.
I'm whispering, so not shouting this out.
He hears everything.
Again, that's the corruption. He has spies who tell him things that are told when he can't possibly be anywhere near to me.
Let's just be on our way.
I agree.
And in the same voice, let's just be on our way. Yes.
All right. Rune will go ahead and follow Strings to the inner city.
Yep.
When they do meet the guards, he'll go ahead and pay the cost necessary. And what would it be?
These ones are just asking for a couple silver.
Couple silver.
Nothing major. They seem to be in a pretty good mood today.
So just
They're a little side-eyed when it comes to Strings, but it's not anything that Strings is paying much attention to.
okay. No problems. Rune will just hand them the money and basically not even acknowledge any sort of responses or side eyes or anything like that, and just get the business done.
All right. And so you make your way into the sort of middle section of the city, which is significantly nicer. There is a lot about the slums that's definitely very like handmade, ramshackle, kind of shantytown sort of look, where here in the middle portion of the city you see that there are plenty of buildings that are very well made. They seem very structurally sound. They seem a little bit more cohesive and beautiful, and the streets are definitely made with good cobblestones. And the people seem to be dressed a little fancier, maybe not to a great degree, but it definitely looks like the sand and the dust doesn't really affect them all that much when it comes to tattered clothing or anything like that. Wear and tear because of dust storms happens because people leave their washing out to dry. But it seems that things are a little bit more pristine here, and maybe not to the same degree that you see at the Lord's kind of mansion and sort of stately buildings that are in the distance, and what is probably the wealthiest district of the city, towards the top and center. But in this particular place, you do see that people are out and about. You see carts and people everywhere. You see lots of different kinds of people. You see mostly beast folk when you walk around here. Mostly beast folk of all kinds, like Aarakocra and but you don't really see much, and other humanoids like humans, elves, and other people. Rarely are you seeing anyone wearing anything made of metal still, but there's a lot more ornate things made of things like like semi-precious stones, and kind of people are it's a little bit better taken care of in this space, um, and uh, a lot of it made of like a lot of the buildings made of the uh, sort of painted desert sandstone. Uh, that kind of that you have seen in the distance in the rocky portions of the desert. Um, but uh, but yeah, it's very nice, and you're heading towards the Bard College, and the Bard College. Uh, they call it a Bard College, but it is an education space for a lot of different professions, where one can the age ranges start from very young to the sort of older, sort of apprentice age of of people. You see a lot of adolescents there. You see faculty who are dressed in very nice robes to signify that they are faculty as they're walking around on campus. There are a number of buildings. You definitely see bards because there are plenty of musicians who are practicing out in the courtyards, and you assume in other spaces around the place. Um, even some public speakers and the poets and people just in the general vicinity practicing their craft when it comes to trying to garner a crowd. Um, and so it's you do see that the campus itself is very open. There's not really anything in the way of gates. The buildings are made again of that same sandstone with very sort of beautiful kind of arches and things like that, uh, kind of as an aesthetic to it, where they're kind of like pointed arches for the doorways and the hallways and things. Um, it's very beautiful, and so what do you do?
Looking around, Lagan turns to Vine. Did you ever go to such a place as this?
No. Anything I know about music, I was taught by my folks. This is beautiful, though. And it's very obvious she's enjoying just listening to the bards practice.
Mm-hmm. And you hear musical instruments of all kinds from all over the world. It seems that there's flutes and there's stringed instruments and there's singers, uh, there's percussionists, there's you imagine that perhaps some of these students might even participate in an orchestra of some kind. That it's known as a bard's college, but it does look like the age ranges are so broad that it could even be just a general academy.
Do we see anybody that looks like they might actually run the place?
Like a faculty member,
Yeah.
okay. You you have seen them in the vicinity. Uh, are you trying to flag someone down?
Not flag someone down. Quietly making my way towards somebody that looks like they might have some pull or sway or be faculty here.
Lots of people are coming and going, so if you're not flagging them down, they're going to continue going about their way.
Well, the one that looks like they might actually run the place, Lagan would just step in front of them.
Running the place, you probably would be finding them at an office somewhere.
Well, somebody that looks like they're an instructor or something. Yes, Lagan would be stepping in front of them to ask questions.
Okay. Yep, you have seen a couple of instructors passing by, and so the next time that you see one passing, this is a Furbolg woman. She's very tall. She's wearing the faculty robes that are in deep greens and blues. that signify that she's a faculty member, uh, where the rest of the students seem to be, wearing ordinary clothing. Um, she's kind of wearing a sort of faculty sort of hat on the top of her head as well, uh, and she kind of just looks at you. Her kind of big curly hair sort of uh, kind of bouncing around her shoulders. Can I help you?
Good morning. Yes. My companions and I are here to potentially seek information. Uh,
Seek information about applying?
that is a potential for my young friend here. My young blue friend here.
And she kind of looks over to Strings and says, "Oh,
What are the application fees?
well, the application fee itself is 10 gold, and you have to go to the administration office to even apply." And she kind of points over to a building, kind of in the distance. It's a little shorter than some of the other buildings.
What is your
Rune
relation?
goes ahead.
I imagine Rune going off to the administration building to take care of that application for Strings.
Yeah, he
Yep.
just points to Strings. If you wish to improve your academia, I'm willing to sponsor you.
What? What?
I think we'll all help in that.
We'll pay for your
You
college.
get education.
In
Formal
exchange,
training.
and in exchange, perhaps you'd be interested in joining us in, joining us. Inspiration for your music.
Well, yes. I can't travel if I'm going to school.
Rune looks over to the woman with the bouncy hair. Does this school sponsor field work and research?
Once you get to that level of classes, yes. But it requires you spending several years before that's available. If you're entering in at sort of an entry level, as I imagine your young friend would be.
Might be new to the college, but I think they have potential. More than they appear to.
And if fast tracking is available to him, then it will be made known.
But again, I understand that there's application fees.
There is a process to all of the academy.
Should our young friend actually be accepted, what are your tuition fees
1,000 gold per year.
per year? I see. Well,
This can be paid in increment installments throughout to the course of the year.
As a sponsorship, I would imagine it would be upfront. I'm not an administrator, I simply teach. And I must get to my class.
I apologize for taking any of your time.
It's no bother. And she begins to walk off towards another building.
Well, we can at least see what the applications for Strings would do.
If I remember correctly, there was one particular researcher that mentioned that science should be accessible to all. It's unfortunate that there is this barrier, but we will find a means. Our primary goal right now is access to the libraries, so perhaps administration is a good place to start.
Are there any students that seem to be on their own,
There's
not
plenty of
necessarily in a large group?
students going here and there. Some of them alone, some of them in groups.
Find a student by themselves, and Lagan wants to ask them if they know where the library is.
And they point you to a rather large building. It seems to be several stories tall. It's in that one.
Is there perhaps a professor here that teaches science, or possibly members of the clergy around that you would know?
Personally, I've heard of a couple of professors, but I haven't taken their courses yet.
What are their names?
That's a good question.
Random name generator for the win.
Making coffee find names. Again.
Well, yes. Science, the science and anyone that would be associated with the clergy or religion would definitely be instructors to talk to.
Well, you're probably the best bet is Professor Oakenhart in the Sciences Division.
Right?
And, let's see. Who would be religious studies? Professor Carrick.
Professor Carrick. Aye. Okay. Thank you. Do you know where they where their offices are and office hours potentially?
They're usually in classes during the middle of the day. Evenings is
Okay.
usually when most professors have their office hours.
Thank you for your information. I don't wish to keep you any further.
Good luck.
Thank you. And I guess we'll continue making our way to the administration building to see if we could actually potentially get strings into this place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so you kind of go through the process of seeing if strings would qualify. The administrator kind of goes through some of the process with you, and I would like you to make me a persuasion check.
One of us.
I would like Lagan, because he's kind of heading off this whole thing.
All right. Rune will help.
Vanya.
Okay.
The entire party is just like, let our baby go to college.
That's gonna be
Exactly.
a 19.
Mm-hmm.
I'm -1 charisma, so
Oh, I can head it then because I have. Oh, actually,
I was asking for
Anya.
Lagan. I was asking for Lagan to lead it because he's the one spearheading this whole thing. Right
I
now.
rolled a 20, but it's a -1, so
it's
it's
19.
19.
Okay. They seem to be pretty enamored by the things that you all are saying about strings, and strings is kind of nodding along and and kind of just going along with it. But eventually, they do ask for Strings as a solo interview, and so the rest of you are kind of asked to wait outside for a moment. So. Okay. And eventually they come out, and Strings is smiling pretty widely, thinks he's done pretty well, and the administrator asks you 10 gold, please.
Rune will hand it to him without any further questions.
All right. You will get a notice in the next few days about your acceptance, little Strings. And Strings nods with excitement.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to do a sending.
Sending? Okay. Who are you sending to?
Captain?
Captain. Oh, what is her name?
And Badger?
Captain Badger, yes.
Captain Badger?
Mm-hmm.
So, just a second. Make sure I actually have that spell prepared today. Because it's kind of necessary or it won't work. Yes. Do. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to do a sending to Captain Badger.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Captain. It's been a while. Met a new friend. Pretty valuable. Is there any way the ship could possibly sponsor a college education for this kid?
You get a response back. At first, the message starts off with a rather a rather surprised noise, and then the words, "They're gone."
Hmm?
Well, that's an unusual request. It kind of depends. What kind of education are we? And it cuts off right there.
Okay. I will use my last third level for this. Yes. I would repay through work or debt, whatever the cost of 1,000 gold per year to send this young fellow to Bard College.
1,000 gold
a year.
Well, we'll have to see. Coffers are a bit empty. How do I contact you?
I had more words I could have said, but I have no more spells for that day.
Oh, oof.
I can't reply to that. But I still had 10 words I could have used. If you need to get in touch, ask Master Every. for help.
Okay, then yeah, she would send the response of 1,000 golds. We'll have to see. The coffers are kind of empty. I'll get in touch if we get it.
Okay. Well, I will turn to everyone. I can't make any promises, but if this works out, we may be able to help you get to college.
That is a lot. You've done so much already. You just empty your pockets like it's nothing.
It is something, believe me. Your help is truly beneficial, and we are grateful. We want to see you succeed as well. That way you can take care of your mom.
I mean, that would be super nice. How would I ever repay you?
Money has no value in the pursuit of knowledge. As I said before, repayment is owed in the form of experience. Develop yourself. And that is what we ask.
Then I'll be the best. The best there ever was.
I look forward to it, Strings.
Just be the best you can be, Strings.
I'm the best.
As
still
we're,
need-
we're sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, dude.
I was just gonna say, as we're kind of still out and looking about, is there anywhere that seems to be that there would be a headmaster or administrator around?
You would, in kind of walking around, you kind of get the idea that yes, there would be a headmaster who would be, you know, kind of overseeing all of the teaching elements, and then there are administrators who take care of all of the administrative elements of running a big school. So
Yeah, we were just in the administration office. I don't think
Right.
Rune would have left.
No, that's why I'm asking. Since we're still in this building, that's usually where headmasters generally have their offices as well.
Yep, you would have seen signs for different people, like the headmaster, and for different administrators who have different departments they look over.
Okay. Lagan is going to start wandering down the halls looking for the science and religious studies.
The headmaster of those departments. Okay.
Rune is going to speak to the administrators in the office they're in.
Okay.
What is necessary to have access to the libraries as a visitor?
Oh, you wish to visit the library as a visitor? Well, all you would need is a fee for each member who is looking to go into the library, and then you would have this pass, and this pass would get you through the door as a visitor, and you would have special or limited access to the library.
What is the price for each individual pass?
1 gold.
How many of us are there? There's
Has Lagan walked out yet?
No, not really. You're still in earshot.
Lagan will reach into the coin pouch that he has in the corner of the haversack and take 1 platinum and here.
And
This
they
should
would
cover
issue
us.
you change.
Okay. Uh, how long is this pass good for?
For the day.
Okay.
And as they go, at this point, Rune would turn to Kinwin. If I may speak to you for a moment.
Of course.
He pulls him outside in the hallway. And in sort of a hushed voice, together, Rune speaks up to him. In case we need access and further information in the restricted areas, would it be possible for you to sneak in?
It might be.
I understand you can transform into smaller creatures. As such, would be far less noticeable.
That is true, but the last time I tried that, it didn't work out so good.
That was against predators, natural creatures that would normally eat such a thing. This is against regular people. An average person isn't going to be concerned of a mouse.
Good point.
I will leave it to you.
Should there be something specific that should be looking for in the restricted area?
Rune narrows his eyes. Necromancy.
Alright. That's forbidden knowledge, but I guess I could see what I could do.
We need to understand if there is anyone that does study it here. And what information they have on it.
Makes sense.
If anything happens, return to us within the main portions of the library.
Alright.
And as well,
Lagan would tell him that specifically what he would be looking for is the knowledge or capability of bringing those dead back. Is the type of information. Necromancy covers a lot of things.
but
Several of the things I do are considered necromantic.
also the history of, I guess, necromancy within the area or nearby the area. If we have any information on that, or even if someone happens to be researching it in the restricted area themselves.
Yep. Looking specifically for any of the taboo elements, because you would know the distinction. But yes, you have conveyed that to Kinwin, and what else do you do?
At this point, Rune is going to head towards the library. He mentions to Lagan, if you're intending to go speak with the science and religious sects, you will find me in the library.
I will join you. My understanding is I need to wait until this afternoon before the professors would have any kind of ability to speak with us.
Very well. And I guess Rune checks with everyone else. Are we all going to the library then?
So,
I'll try to find a secluded place to transform into a rat.
I would like you to make me a quick stealth check, Kinwin.
It's a D20 with the what?
With your stealth modifier, whatever that is.
Okay, yeah, I see that. 17.
17. Not bad. Not bad at all. You find yourself in a little cubby. You make the gestures or the words that transform you into the tiny form of a mouse. You scurry into a pocket where someone could let you loose when it is that they feel that they feel is an appropriate time. And the four of you, are you taking Strings with you, or are you kind of letting him go home?
Strings can leave if they want.
Yeah.
There was a pass if Strings wanted to come to the library with us, paid for Strings. But if Strings would rather go home, that's fine. It's up to them.
I think since you paid for it, he's going to go ahead and take advantage of that, but he's probably going to do a little bit of wandering around on his own in the library. He doesn't want to cause any trouble. Uh, so so he goes to a place in the library where he's going to find things that he's looking for, as far as what he could possibly learn before actually becoming a student. He seems rather excited when he sees that there are massive stacks of books on multiple floors. You could see the sort of center of the library building is kind of hollowed out all the way to the ceiling, uh, in a in a sort of very well lit sort of a setting where there's lots of light coming in from the sort of open top that's kind of covered over with windows of the building. It's there's lots of buildings around the outside. You can let plenty of light in during the day, and they take full advantage of the very very tall sort of savanna desert sun, as they have very long periods of day to take advantage of in that regard. There's stacks and stacks of books from uh, every sort of subject that you could ever want, and you have uh, the librarian at the desk informs you that you have pretty broad access to the first and second floors, where the places to sit and read are available. If you wanted to request a book from another floor, you can. Uh, they have ways of finding some book that you might be looking for if you know it by name, or if you wanted to kind of peruse a subject. They'd be able to bring you a couple things from another floor, but anything that's what's available to the public. The public is only really allowed to kind of wander the first and second floor. The third to fifth, not really meant to wander, as those are more research books. They kind of want to keep those a little bit more well kept. So only students are allowed up there. Only students and faculty. And that's the tour, more or less, that you are given.
Lagon would focus on religion and history.
Okay. Are you looking for something in particular?
Any more information that can potentially be found about Rebirth and the history.
Okay, so a lot of that is
religions.
myth.
Yes.
A lot of that is mythology. And so, kind of looking into the myth of Dradith and its creation and its involvement in the world. Go ahead and make me a history check.
History. That's 18.
Okay. A lot of what you find is a lot of what you already know. The big factor that you find in addition to that would be that that uh, it is said to be an ancient being of myth that was chained to the land, that the reign of its destruction and chaos was finally put to a halt when it was severely wounded and chained, and that it is said that Dradith then became the land known as Dradith. That its body is the land on which you stand, and while it is a creature of great power, no one really knows whether or not that's true. No one knows whether or not the um, the creature was even killed, if it was. Uh, it's hard to know because the myth of it is very vague in that regard. It doesn't really go into detail as to who felled it, or how it was chained, or who chained it, or or anything of that sort. It's meant to be very very vague and kind of open to that interpretation. Um, Now there are factors that you know to be certain that's just based on interacting with the different things that have called itself Tradeth. And this seems to be what people have mythologized about Dradith.
Rune wants to investigate two things.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing he is going to be investigating is information about Fae, whether that is mythology or like accounts, research, anything you can find on that, as well as dragons that he is able to locate.
Fae and dragons. Okay, some more mythology. Okay. Then that would also be a history check for you, Rune.
Would Vanya be able to assist in that at any point? Because
Yeah, if you're researching the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that would be I can roll twice, right?
You had advantage, yep.
Okay, so first roll is 11, second roll is 17 plus... What's my history? 17 plus 5.
Ooh, 22.
22.
Very nice, very nice. So the first thing that you find is that the most commonly believed thing about Fae is that they are the ancestors of those of Elvish and Gnomish descent. That they were the sort of predecessors to elves and gnomes, and that a lot of their history and their architecture and things like that are tied kind of in a way to the Fae, in that some gnomes have the innate ability to be able to speak with animals. Some elves are so in tune with the land that they are able to traverse it at faster speeds than some of their kin. That those of a what's considered high elf descent are more arcanely attuned. That the different ways in which the elves and gnomes have kind of divided up and kind of become what we know that of them today is because of their Fae ancestry, and that certain magics they may be immune to, and there's a variety of different ways in which the Fae are attributed to Elvish and Gnomish descent. One of the things that you find to be interesting, though, is that there isn't really a determining factor about how it is that the elves became elves and how it is that they became Fey descended, or if that was always the case. If that was something that was you find many a creation myth in regards to different things where different cultures believe different things about how they originated, and in the country of Argyll, a lot of the people in the realm are of beast folk. And so there's not really a whole lot that goes into depth about elvish culture, except that the king, the current king, and his family are all elvish descent. And so, with them being elves, and most of the country being, beast folk and other races, that it comes across as a little strange that there's very little in the way of elvish mythology. Maybe there's even more divides that happen in between like different cultures versus just different descent. And so in kind of researching the Fae, in the broadest sense of the word, the most commonly believed thing is that elves and gnomes are descended from them, have a lot of traits that are as a result of them, but have a lot of different ways in which people believe the Fae created or made offspring that ended up being the elves and gnomes today. And even further divides when you start adding, humans into the mix and get half elves.
Is there anything within all of that Fae stuff that like goes into like what we encountered in the abandoned mine town bit back, like a mushroom?
Mm-hmm. You find in your readings that a lot of what is known about what Fae creatures are is very kind of up in the air, because there's a lot of descriptions of things as tiny as pixies, like if the pixies are real. There's things as large as giant sort of amalgamations of different kinds of creatures. Like there's mushroom people. There's all sorts of different things. They're all called really odd little names, like the word myconids come up, the word red caps come up because they have red caps. They kind of look like gnomes, but they're Fae in origin somehow. Just so many different things to describe a whole slew of different kinds of creatures that it would lead someone to believe that it's hard to determine whether something is Fae or not, aside from those incredibly odd looking things. So if you were to run into a person who looks like a human, they could potentially be a Fae, or could be an elf who looks like an elf but could be a Fae. You never know. They could disguise themselves for all intents and purposes.
All right. And then what of dragons? Were you able to find anything on that?
In the case of dragons, what you find is dragons were a titan, a group of creatures, created as that ruled the world for a long period of time, primarily out of Mesopotami. The rest of the world had some influence from dragons, but most of what you find is that dragons, their homeland was Mesopotami, where each and every thing that you find kind of leads you back to that area. And one thing that kind of stands out to you is that they were an immense culture with the ability to change shape, which kind of makes you think about it and think, well, okay, that's very much like the Fae. And in that, you find that there's a as far as the creation of the dragons comes from, like, Mesotopia believes that dragons have always existed and there was never a time that they didn't. That they have been around since the beginning of time, in a sense, and were the ruling sort of power in that place. Another thing you learn is that they were at war with the giants, which were another ruling race in that in the surrounding area.
Mostly centralized in Mesotopia.
Mostly centralized in Mesotopia. There might have been others around the world, but most of what you're looking at is books from Mesotopia.
Interesting. Is there anything that I'm able to see specifically on types of dragons? For instance, something that might help me identify the one that Vanya had seen.
It's believed that that dragons are as varied in color as humanoids are. That the color that they bear is very much tied into the kind of element they control. Where some are very attuned with fire, others are very attuned with lightning. And each and every source that you're looking at says that they were adept in magic.
What of white ones? Silver.
White ones are attuned in cold, silver in cold, where they were believed to fly up to the highest peaks and rule the snow and the ice and the sort of mountainous regions that they preferred. You do find a reference to the platinum dragon Bahamut, which kind of ties into religion in that a lot of Dragonborn revere the platinum dragon as their sort of moral compass. He is a sort of a sort of moral compass for good and justice, where many Dragonborn, which you know to be of many colors themselves, is kind of the basis on which every one of these texts kind of believe that dragons also followed this kind of color scheme. Dragonborn are primarily found in Kandor, and rarely in other places. They very much tend to keep to themselves, for the most part.
And Rune will make note of it. Most of what you've mentioned. He points at the book, detailing like white and silver dragons, seeing if there's any sort of like diagram or descriptions of them.
There's plenty of drawings, plenty of ancient scrollings that you see pictures of different kinds of dragons in different kinds of shapes. Many of them are varied.
Yeah, he points to one to Vanya. Points to them to Vanya. Are these similar to what you have seen?
Which one would be similar to what she had seen? Coffee.
The one that you saw was very, very sort of long, and gleamed in a sort of white and platinum sort of a look. A lot of the dragon depictions you see have sort of stocky bodies, four legs, kind of a pointed or sort of square snout. And the one that you saw that day was had a very long and sort of thin body, even from the distance at which you saw it. Had the it had wings, but it barely flapped them. So
None of these really match what I saw. It was more long than any of these
Long.
are.
Long. Interesting.
Really
Haven't-
moved its wings even though it had them.
the color that you're thinking of when you saw it kind of reminds you. You remember Selter, the short little dragon-like creature that you saw with the professor. She was the same color.
Do you remember that little creature with the professor when we met him?
Yes, Selter, I believe the name was.
Yes, Salter. It was about her same color.
She mentioned she was a dragon, adamant about it. Perhaps the next time I get in contact with the professor, I should ask more of Selter about it.
Yes. Interesting to know where that thing came from.
You said your dragon was headed toward the mountain.
Yes. Mountain range that lies between, listen, was it Fallfire? I think is on the other side of that.
Fallfire and Uct, yeah.
Yeah.
It says here that many dragons were centralized in Mesotopia. Perhaps it's worth a journey back. And Vanya, there is a sort of this glint in the eyes, not like how his eyes dilate in the aperture way that they do, but just a slight glow that seems a bit cooler than the others. You get the feeling that, in a way, it's almost like maybe he's afraid. Maybe there's a sense of anxiety there. But as soon as you see it, it's gone again.
It would be nice to travel back home for a little bit. Some point, but got things to handle here first. You have time to plan this other part.
Agreed. And at this point, Rune will look at Vanya. You have Kinwin, yes?
I have Kinwin.
And he'll look down at Vanya's pocket, Kinwin's little mousy mouse face poking out. And I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on him.
Okay.
Out of character, do any of us have Pass Without Trace or something
I do.
similar? You do?
Yes, I do. I took that.
Yes!
Why do you think I was joking around and said Lagan and Rune do not have to worry about being stealthy anymore? I took that specifically for you two.
Love it. Love to see it.
Yes. All right. Vanya should totally throw that on herself and little mousy dude to see if she can actually. We can have like a little covert situation going on.
Exactly.
Technically, I can also put it on Rune at the same time because it's within
It's within a radius, yeah.
Yeah.
Creatures within a radius. So. Since you...
Rune is Very easy to notice, though.
Yes, yes. You are very easy to see, but this makes you very quiet.
Because it's a +10 bonus.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So, with Sanctuary cast, and I would like you both to actually make me a stealth check as well, because I need you both to be subversive about your casting of spells.
Okay.
Because it might be looked down
Oh,
upon
boy.
in this place.
How subversive do you need?
It is not gonna. It's one of those things that I'm not gonna count your armor as a disadvantage in this case. You will have
Okay.
regular roll.
Okay. I did get like 16, but I have a -1 to my stealth check, so
Okay, so 15.
That's a 19.
19? Okay. You are able to very quietly say the words and do the gestures and wiggle around the components as you so need to be able to cast your spells. You are not noticed. Kinwin, you feel like you are extra quiet. Quiet as a mouse has a new meaning to you in this moment, as you feel very protected, and you feel very, very quiet. You are the sneakiest of all mice that ever did live. And so, for you to make your little way towards a now, if he leaves the radius, does he still have the spell?
yes, because I've had Pass Without Trace, and it's not a radius, it's you cast the spell on 10 people within an area, and
Within
then those
range.
10 people just
Okay.
have it.
Okay, because I have seen it done 2 different ways in that regard, so I want to double check the wording on the spell. Okay. Just looking at the wording on the spell here. Veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection for the duration. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has +10 to stealth checks. Can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of their passage. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, because it's based off of... Okay, so centered on self. Target is creatures around you. And then concentration up to an hour. Okay. So you can concentrate on that for up to an hour. So, invigorated by this newfound stealthiness, Kinwin, you are able to make your way where it is that you would like to go. Where are you going? All right. So, we haven't really been told that there is a forbidden book section, so you would have to find it, my friend. You would have to find some kind of entry or passageway into something that might not be found by the public. So, in that case, I would like you to make me a... just make me a general intelligence check. Let's see how much you would surmise a place like that would be. Where you think you would go to find something like that.
21.
21. Oh yeah. You know that anything worth keeping a secret is kept in a basement. Basements are a thing. Basements are places where people store things that they don't want anyone to know about, especially if they don't put it on the map, on the sort of this is where you are sort of things. If they don't want you to know about it, they certainly don't talk about it, and then of course don't put it on any map. So, but places like this always have forbidden secrets. So you start wandering around very quietly. I would like you to make a stealth check now with your Pass Without a Trace bonus. using the mouse's stealth. Because it is physical.
What's 10 bonus from the spell?
Yep, plus 10 bonus from a spell.
21.
21. Alright. And that's plus the mouse's dexterity, right?
You've got a 0 dex bonus.
Alright, fair enough. 21 it is. You scurry very quietly. Your little mouse feet making hardly a noise. You yourself making hardly a noise. You look all around this bottom floor for an entryway towards somewhere else. You eventually find in the corner of one of these, on the back wall in the corner, you see a door that supposedly would lead to the outside, but as maybe sort of an exit of some kind. It looks like it was locked, but you see that there's a little bit of a gap between the door and the floor that you easily squeeze your tiny mouse body through, and what you see beyond is a set of stairs that go down. And so you follow the stairs. You are fairly certain that no one is following you because no one's opened the door behind you. And so you scurry down into the basement area of this place. The basement area that was hidden. And what are you looking for?
Books on necromancy and raising of the dead.
Mm-hmm. I would like you to make me a perception check.
12.
12? Okay. Kind of scurrying along the floor, you see that this place is well lit. It has sconces with the flickering lights inside them. It's they're far enough away from the books to not cause any trouble, but it's creating a very well lit space down here. And so, in traveling around on the floor, you start watching as you pass by stacks of some books, some of them look like they're rather old and that they might be falling apart. Others look like they are written in other languages. Others look like there's books of all kinds, and the titles that you can read, you're kind of not finding what you're looking for as of yet. You're finding that a lot of what's down here is from what you can read seems very special, like personal accountings, like some things that seem like they would be rather old, and so special access might be needed to be even to see these things. In all of it seems to be not exactly what you're looking for, though. You're feeling a little disappointed that you're not finding anything of any real interest at the moment. One thing you do see, though, is that there is a person sitting on a chair. Looks like they're reading a book themselves. Kind of in one of the well lit corners of the room. They're well dressed, kind of looks like a military uniform. What do you do?
Try to see what book he's reading without being noticed.
Okay. Make me a perception check one more time.
16.
Looking at the book that they're reading, it looks like a a history book of some kind. It's in a language that you don't really understand. And this person definitely isn't wearing faculty uniform. So he's not a faculty member. In fact, you're fairly certain you recognize that face. You recognize this as the professor from way back in the other city. The one who sent you on the griffin hunts. I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Can I talk when I'm a rat or no?
No. No, you can't.
Alright, well, let's see if I'll use a bonus action to revert back to my normal form and say, I'm not sure if you're supposed to be here, Professor.
I'm not sure that you're supposed to be here. So we kind of caught each other in a pickle.
The search for knowledge brings us to many weird places, doesn't it?
That it does. He closes the book and kind of sets it on the side table next to him. So, what brings you here?
Deep knowledge on necromancy and raising of the dead to be able to uncover secrets about an enemy.
About an enemy.
Definitely not planning to be raising the dead myself.
I would certainly hope not. Because otherwise I would have to kill you.
That would be understandable.
But, since you have, in fact, told me that that is not your intent, I don't have to do such a thing. Not yet, anyway. So, you have come to the College of Combe to seek knowledge on an enemy that you know very little about. In a place that you shouldn't be. Thankfully, my tenure allows me actually to have access to this place, so I'll keep your little secret. Little mouse.
Thank you, Professor.
What is it you want to know? You said necromancy and the raising of the undead, but that's a very broad and vague sort of subject.
We came across zombies that were raised, and we didn't know how or who did it.
That's kind of what's drawn me here, too. More and more of that is happening lately. And, well, we certainly can't let it continue now, can we?
Absolutely not.
What drives you in this conviction? Why is it anathema to you?
I serve the wild mother in the land, the cycle of life and death. The undead is a corruption of that cycle.
Is that your belief? Or are you just speaking the thoughts of others?
Both.
At least you're honest. Come with me. And he gets up from his chair and sets the book that he was reading down and starts to walk through through the stacks of books once more. And do you intend to take this knowledge back to your companions?
Yes, that was the plan.
Knowledge gained is knowledge shared. I tend to believe the same kinds of things. That knowledge is power. But power should be distributed on a level where each can learn a lesson. There are some things that are meant to be buried. And if you were to have the knowledge of what is buried, would you keep it to yourself?
We would keep it on our party, yes.
And if what you did disturbed the balance of a country, would you do it?
How would fighting against undead disturb the balance of a country?
How would it indeed?
Or that might have to be a bridge I'll have to cross when I get there.
The question is, will you be able to cross that bridge when you get there? Can you make that call? Or will it fall upon others to make that call for you? That is the question. What you do with the knowledge presented to you is just as important as knowing the thing. So if what you know disturbs the balance of a country, do you disturb that balance for the greater good? Or is it the evil?
If disturbing the balance won't hurt the people in the country.
People are always hurt. You can't avoid it.
But you can try to find the path where the least amount are hurt.
And that, I suppose, is your guiding compass, is it?
It is, yes.
The path that causes the least amount of grief. Well, what I can tell you is that you probably would have enjoyed a good friend of mine who shared a very similar sort of beliefs. It's too bad that he's no longer here. I rather do miss him. But I shall be your guiding light in his stead, I suppose. In reference to undead, The raising of the undead was a tool used by the Titan Ouijas, and before her the god of death. After them was the Shadowhar Empire. Many who've practiced such things believe the body and soul to be tools. Tools to use for personal or political gain, whatever suits them in that moment. The Shadowheart Empire used ghosts as a power source. Did you know that?
I did not, no.
Up until most of the Empire shattered. About 100 years ago or so. Remnants of their technology can be found all over the world, as they had a lot of high hopes to expand. But that sadly fell by the wayside when the northern caps and the southern caps of the world, the ice grew and grew until the Shadowheart could no longer stay in their mountains. And since no other country uses that technology, you can understand why. Do you consider the body to be a tool after it's dead?
So far that it feeds the growth of new life.
That cycle of life that you were talking about, yes. Interesting. You're a very interesting fellow. Rarely do I ever get a chance to actually meet someone who's as in tune with the land as yourself.
I've spent my life practicing her ways.
As I'm sure your cleric friend has as well, just in a different way.
Yeah.
Well, he goes over and grabs a book off of the shelf. Kind of looks at it. What languages do you speak?
Celestial, Common, Draconic, Druidic, Elvish, and Sylvan.
This tome, it's odd. It seems like it's in a language that you don't understand. This one probably would be very helpful to you.
Do you know what language it is written in?
Draconic.
It's one of the ones I speak. I thought you said it was...
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say Draconic. My bad. It's ancient Draconic. So, your interpretation of it might be a little bit strange, but I have a feeling there's a friend among you who might actually be able to read it.
Thank you for your help, Professor.
I do what I can. Oh, do send Rune my regards.
Of course.
And should he so desire it, he could send me a message anytime. I'll listen. And with that, he disappears. Kind of poof.
Put the book in my bag and then retake rat form so I can exit the restricted area.
Alright. Easy enough. You scurry back up. No one else to see you. You follow your way back toward Brune and to Vanya, who have been studying their books for a couple of hours now. And in getting the information that they have now. Same with Lagon.
I have sort of a rule question.
Mm-hmm.
So message.
Mm-hmm.
Its range is only 120 feet.
Yes, it is.
I don't have sending.
I know that.
Send me a message. Bitch, how? What's your P.O. box?
You don't know. This is a professor.
That's my problem. Anyways.
I had one other thing I wanted to look at.
What's that?
Any information on the Whisper
The Whispered
while
One.
I'm looking for Dradith.
Okay.
That was the other information we got from the other temple.
Yep. Roll me a religion check on that one.
Oh, religion.
Yep.
Okay. 17.
The Whispered One is not covered in many of the books that you see.
Right.
You get the feeling that with the Whispered One being kind of tied to things nefarious, it probably is a restricted book that you're looking for.
And removed from other histories not. Got it.
You get you're starting to understand that why it's so important for the unearthing of the ziggurat, especially given that some of the sort of random ruins that you found around the desert as well have been sort of kind of talking about the Whispered One too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Continually running through Lagon's head is those who forget the past are covered up, condemn everyone else to relive it.
perhaps that was the takeaway from the deposing of Ouijas in recent history. That those under her influence back then and the magic from Mesotopia collapsed as it did. A lot of secrets. A lot of secrets from Mesotopia and about Mesotopia. So much so the Mesotopians don't remember. But you are all sort of in the library in this main floor, and Vanya and Rune, you do see that your little mouse friend is returning.
find anything. She's just kind of like holding out her hand for the mouse to crawl into it.
Roll up in their hand.
I need to make a small correction. That should have been Master Morgan, not Master Every. With the conversation with Captain Badger earlier.
Right. Yep.
Brain fart. Sorry.
No worries. They're both named Henry.
Ship full of Henrys. Be specific.
But yes, Kinwin has in mouse form has returned. Vanya has picked him up in her hand. And where do you go now?
Let's regroup with our evidence.
Approximately what time is it now?
It's about late afternoon.
A small gathering and probably a conversation about what we found. And then find the professors.
All right. So you regrouping out in the campus courtyard, or are you going somewhere else? Where are you going?
If we speak quietly and stick to this small portion of the library, we could have a conversation.
Well, if you're wanting Kinwin to transform back into his normal self, he's probably going to have to do so with nobody looking. There's plenty of people here.
I'm unaware of this.
There are lots of people studying for different reasons here.
Yeah, we'll probably have to find a small secluded spot outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Lagan will definitely stand and cover anything so that Kinwin's not visible.
Mm-hmm. Kind of masking the fact that our druid friend will transform. He transforms it back into his normal self. And the four of you are in this little alcove alleyway sort of place.
Not Professor Cypher.
What?
He was here?
Yeah. The restricted book section. I turn to Cypher. He says hi.
Turn to Rune. Yeah.
Rune steps forward to Kenwin, somewhat serious. What was he doing there?
Reading some sort of book. Didn't really see what it was about. But he was able to help me get a book that could help us out. Although I can't quite read it myself.
I see. Perhaps I might be able to identify the language.
I hand the book over to him.
And strangely enough, you can read what it says, Rune.
He flips through the pages and begins studying it. Marks familiar to him. Words and phrases. Sort of an imagery of understanding of a history that he can't quite place his thoughts directly on, but as he goes through it, he tries to focus himself less on necessarily what seems to be the sense of nostalgia, the sense of knowing, and focuses on the task at hand. What am I looking at here? What are we reading?
The title is The History of the World, as written by Bahamut.
Uh-huh. He says as he traces his hand across the cover.
Interesting.
One of the
Lagon.
gods.
The platinum dragon.
Yes. Bahamut is one of the gods of the dragons. A platinum dragon. What do I know beyond that of anything?
About the Platinum
Religion?
Dragon? Yep, religion check.
Yeah. 19.
You know that he is, by all accounts, the child of the Wild Mother. The bastard child of the Wild Mother.
Yeah, but still a child of the mother. And one of the only good dragons supposedly in history.
Supposedly, the Wild Mother had an affair, and thus Bahamut was born. Her son Cord, angry that such a betrayal would happen,
Mm. I will share everything with them.
Rune will open up the book. He's going to scan the pages as Lagon speaks. And he's going to try and find some information.
Let me know if you find anything on the whisper.
an image that you see is of a long dragon, wings spread, face turned to the left, much like the holy symbol of the platinum dragon. Wings spread like eagles. But white
What?
and platinum.
Rune is frozen for a moment on this.
Are
Word.
you alright?
Lagon snapping him out of what seemed to be like a minor trance. He looks back at him and then continues on in the book. I'm fine. I suppose you could say this subject is just interesting to me.
I thought everything was interesting.
Many
This more
things
so
are.
than others.
History, magic, and in truth, trying to understand myself. But that is not our primary purpose here.
I understand your thirst. But if we would like to have any conversations with professors before we leave, I think we should try and put that away for now. And see if we can find either Professor Oaken.
How's that? Oakenheart and
Oakenheart
Carrick.
and Professor Carrick. I was trying to remember the last part of Oak.
Mm-hmm.
Or Professor Carrick if we're trying to find any information.
Right. Kinwin, I thank you for this.
No problem.
I definitely wouldn't show that up to people.
No. And, Rune is going to He's just gonna open up his chest, and like there's a small stomach cavity in him, just enough space that the book fits in there, and then it shuts.
Lagan watches this very surprised.
There is an empty cavity in there.
Won't get damaged in there?
There is enough space for the book alone. I prefer not to carry things in there. But at the moment, in fairness, I also don't want to carry it with your, bag of meat.
There are other pockets. Can you put other things in there too? I know you said it's limited space, but
Small objects. Nothing that would not be... Nothing that could be carried... That cannot be carried by hand, but...
I suppose walking and talking at this point. That's very interesting. Are there any others like you? Are you the only?
That is also what I'd like to know.
And for one of the many times that you think about it, Rune, like you, that could mean so many different things.
He thinks to himself,
What is like me? What is that even defined as?
at this point, the more they dig, the less he's understanding it. A warrior, some ancient thing, dragon dynasty, necromancy. It feels like the more answers he receives, the more questions open up. And he's not liking the route that these questions are taking. There is a pull inside of him, deep down inside, a fear, a feeling of dread, and a grief that he has tried to drown out. Doesn't understand where any of this comes from. And in a lot of ways, he's not even sure if it's his. Rune nods to the rest of the group, finally snapping himself out of it. We still have some daylight. I would definitely like to continue and find progression in our efforts to get to the bottom of this zombie incident.
Where do you propose to start? Professor Carrick? Or with
Sounds
Professor Hart? Science or religion? Take your pick.
We could always split up. Two of us go to religion, two of us go to science.
I think it would be be more effective. With the current time, we're not sure how long the offices will remain open. The circumstances in the city, it's questionable if night classes are even allowed.
I see. So I suppose you will take science and I will take religion.
Acceptable.
You're gonna go see Professor Oakenhart and to go see Professor Carrot.
Understood. Vanya, would you like to join me?
Of course.
It is
Guess that
appreciated.
means Inwin's going with Lagan then. Most fitting.
All right. For now, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, our party will be posing questions to the various professors in the in the uh, in the college, and we will return with those conversations here in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale, Session 17. Last we left off, our party was splitting up into two different groups. One group going to see Professor Oakenhart, who was the headmaster of the science division of the college, while... oh no, that was the religious... was to... I forget which one it was. They were going to see the religious studies headmaster, Professor Carrick, where where Rune and Vanya were going to go see the science professor. The sciences professor was Professor Oakenhart, the headmaster of that division, and so we will be following Lagan and Kinwin briefly for a moment as they're heading towards the office of Professor Carrick. And it is only just one name, as it seems that Aarakocra only seem to have one name in this particular city. And so when you knock on the door, you do see that it is an Aarakocra beast folk that has answered the door. He's somewhat tall. He kind of has this this look of a sort of bald eagle, a white plumage around his face and brown plumage around the rest of his body and wings, and coming back with sort of yellowish skin on his talons and fingers, and he's dressed in the same sort of professorial robes that the rest of the faculty seem to be dressed in, with deep greens and blues, with emblem to indicate the college, with a sort of he's not wearing the hat at the moment. He's taken it off, it seems, and hung it up. But he looks at you with his piercing eyes and kind of cocks his head at you a little bit. "Can I help you?" he says. If you're talking, I don't hear you.
Are you Professor Carrick?
Yes, I am.
Then maybe you can. My name is Lagan. This is my friend Ken.
Greetings, Professor.
Good evening. Good evening. And oh, what can I help you with?
I have some questions for you. Maybe you have answers. May we come in?
Of course. He kind of steps out of the doorway and kind of opens up the door a little bit more, and you see that in the room he does have stacks of books on the wall. He has a desk with a leather chair. That's it definitely accommodates his body type with the fact that he has wings that are always kind of tucked in. Uh, that may or may not need to stretch every now and again. He's got his wings kind of tightly tucked on his back at the moment, and kind of his kind of sharp beak kind of pointing downwards. Um, he goes back to sit in his chair and kind of gestures the two of you to sit at the seats that sit in front of his desk. He's got mountains of paperwork, it seems, and he has a couple of arcane lights that have illuminated the room, and kind of brightly, and he kind of looks to you both. It's unusual that I get visitors.
Does he have any religious iconography or symbolism around?
You can see that he has a number of different things. You get the sense that since he is a professor of the religious studies, that he studies, that he has texts from all over the world on his bookshelf, relating to all of the different deities.
I meant specifically any that he is wearing.
No, he is not.
Okay. Well, I was hoping to find more information in your library, but I'm assuming anything that I would most likely be in your restricted sections. What do you know of the Whisper?
The Whispered One.
Yes.
Oh well. That is a strong subject, I would say. It's not one that I get every day, but purely academically speaking.
No. Their connection to Dradith as well. I know the mythologies. I know the history.
Yes.
I'm looking for knowledge
beyond the academic.
I'm not sure if you are aware. There are rather heavy stones about the world that will talk to you if you touch them. And they will tell you they are Dradith. And the stones that hold him there are so heavy can be lifted, even if they are broken. Not even by one such as myself.
And you are an exceptionally tall man.
Yes.
So you're looking for followers of the Whispered One?
No, I am trying to find information. And his connection to Dradith, as it seems that there are entities around that are seeking to release them both.
Well, the myths are long since created. I doubt that there's any truth to them.
I assure you they are myth. I could take you to one such place, not too far from here, the desert, if I hadn't collapsed the mines it was in.
Mines.
Giant Mushroom Queen. Corrupted by the entity bound in
Mushroom
the stone.
It sounds more like Fae than anything else.
She had been corrupted by the entity bound in the stone, constantly repeating the words of releasing Dradith and returning the Whisper to this realm before she died.
Well, lots of things that have to do with Dradith, and specifically the Whispered One, have been buried for millennia. And, well, it's an unknown. What I do know is that Dradith was considered a titanic creature. Immense. That the myth goes that the world was ruinous, without form, when it roamed. Destruction, chaos, all of it. Kind of a father of chaos, if you could imagine it, in a way. Or so the tales go. It was bound and chained as it was because the chaos had to end. Some say that it was the Wild Mother. Others say it was the Dawn Father. Others say that it was the Soul Forger. Depends on what text you're looking at. But it was chained to the land.
Yes.
And made into land. Thus this continent is called Dradith.
And there are points on this continent and the rest of the world that have these stones. As I said, if you touch them, the being bound within tells you he is Dradith. My understanding is it was a combination of the three, so no one particular story is accurate. But something more likely that all three have at least bits and pieces of the truth. From his own words, it was the three that combined to chain and bind him.
That's entirely
To the
possible.
land.
The War of the Gods went on millennia before the world was even born. Or so
And
the
if you
myths say.
And from my understanding, if you fought any of the three, he will call you a traitor.
Yes, because Dradith was, as it goes, a servant of the Destroyer gods. Tharizdun. Bane. No, not Bane. Oh, which ones was it? I'm having a hard time recalling at the moment. But all of which were said to have been born from the astral sea, ejected into this realm, or that they were the siblings of the creators. It's hard to know which any, if any of them are true. Such is the way of religion, such is the way of religious studies.
Well, as far as studies, if you'd like to know more, I can tell you the location of which you can interact and study personally.
I would very much actually like to take you up on that. Actually,
Do you have a map?
Yes, and he pulls out a map of the known world.
And Lagan will study it carefully and as close to the precise location as he can in the Seameat Canal where that hilltop is, with the stone on top that will actually talk to you if you touch it. And again, it is surrounded by stones of a similar nature that no matter how much you tug and pull or try, cannot be lifted, pried up. My understanding is they are the binds that hold this in place. But there is an entity inside that will communicate with you.
Interesting.
And the two I've seen so far have been the same entity.
Same.
I would. Yes. While the stones may be fractured at the second, again, even I cannot lift them or budge them. I can slightly nudge them, but I wouldn't recommend actually returning to that site and digging it out.
But you said one was at the Seameat Canal.
Yes, that was the first one. The second is at the bottom of the line that I myself made sure no one could get back into.
Well, that's
without a lot of excavation.
I'm sure that our archaeologists would love to do anything that would give us clues as to the origins of our world. A lot of which has been lost to time.
It has, and that is the only one that I know of that is not buried or hidden. And is prominently on top of the hill. And I'll tell him how far from the port, because I believe it was a 2-day journey from the port.
Right.
To the small town where it's atop the hill. But I will not give him the location of the second. I don't care how intellectual the pursuit may be. Lagan thinks that too much interaction with these things is going to be an issue. And will gladly bury any of them that he finds.
Well, interesting indeed. That is certainly something that I believe that some of my colleagues might actually be very interested in, as they are traveling archaeologists. Most of their work lately, has been out in the desert.
Ziggurat.
The ziggurat, yes. Only the top is visible. But there are creatures out there that are keeping even the historians out there at bay. They can't seem to get past.
Not surprised, just seeing what the sand dogs do.
The sand dogs are the least of their worries.
Oh, I'm sure. But just one of those, as an adult, is going to be an issue, regardless of anything else that's there.
Yes, they have, they have some people of their own that are able to handle such things. But we're talking about. I've heard stories of colossal rock monsters.
Giants?
Perhaps, or remnants of them, as the giants no longer exist.
According to those legends, I'm giant kin.
Well, some even say that elves and gnomes and even furbolgs and beast folk of all kinds are giant folk. So
I
giant.
was told those were fae.
Well, another legend goes that the fae are a creation made by the giants, or were people who consumed the giants and became creatures in and of themselves. It's hard to know exactly what is truth, but the story goes both ways. And you can study it from a religious or historical or archaeological standpoint and get different answers from each.
Do you... I know the site your friends are at is buried. You don't have any historical records of such a place existing, do you?
It is believed that the desert wasn't always a desert. That ancient civilizations, that an ancient civilization, once thrived there. And that through some natural course of time, the desert swallowed it up. The people scattered, the ruins of these people long abandoned, buried beneath the sands. And that these ancient civilizations were abandoned long before the desert took it. Millennia? Tens of thousands of years? Who knows?
Lagan will dig around in his pouch and pull out a small clay model of ziggurat. Of the ziggurat. Does it, as best you can tell, resemble this?
Well, only the very top of this structure has been unearthed.
I see.
So the very top section is all that anyone has been able to see from a distance, because no one can get close. Not even any archaeologists have been able to collect any samples of any of the artifacts that might lie within, as no one has been able to go within.
I see. If my
Figure out
friend...
sounds like it's gonna be a problem.
Yes.
If you're fighting monsters that are made of painted rock, painted sandstone, it's likely that something doesn't want it to be unearthed. Some are willing to just live and let be, let the desert uncover the rest, as it will. Some are not that patient.
Who are these archaeological friends of yours?
Professors here at the school, and from other colleges abroad. And
Are any of them here now?
Most of them have made the journey out to the deserts at this time, so they're currently not teaching courses.
Hmm,
My personal friends aren't, anyway.
I see. Are there any professors here that be associated?
Any what? Sorry?
Any professors that are here that are not at the site be associated with them? They do. Aside from yourself, sir.
I can't say that I know many of the faculty personally, as I am relatively new. But
I see.
but most professors do have office hours, and so thus you might be able to catch them one night.
How how long have you been here? If you don't mind asking.
Only about a year. I only recently just got my teaching certificate.
I see. Are you from this area?
I'm from up north, actually, originally.
Then you wouldn't know much of the history of this place, or
Of Kombe specifically, no, sadly.
yeah. How much trouble did y'all have the other day?
In regards to what?
The dead returning?
Oh, that was... We're in the center of the city here at the college. We were barely even affected. It was more on the outskirts of the city.
You don't know of anyone that is practicing such nonsense.
Anyone caught doing such a thing would be considered sacrilege.
Sacrilege among some.
I didn't hear what you said. You're speaking too soft.
I said sacrilege or not, someone is bringing these things back.
Well, I hope they catch the culprit and string them up by their legs.
You wouldn't happen to be able to help me get into the library to actually read on any of these things, could you?
As a member of the public, it's better that we not.
I am not just a member of the public, as you can see.
I understand that you are a man of the cloth. It's plain as day. But I still have to maintain the integrity of this school.
I understand that, and I'm trying to undermine its integrity. I am trying to get as much information as I can.
The best
To be as
thing
prepared.
the best thing that you can do is to take what you already know and find the culprit.
Other than catching them in the act, there's very little I can do.
Then I suppose you will need other investigators as well, besides just the two of you.
Yes. If you hear from your friends at the ziggurat, can you find the Soul Forgers temple in the lower city and get word as to what the creatures are beyond just giant walking rocks, if those there is?
And I could send a word, yes. But
Yes.
why there?
Because
Why?
apparently Because I'm not welcome in this part of the city most of the time, unless I pay. The corrupt guards at the corrupt gate in order to get in.
It's for your protection, you know that.
They should be paid by your lord, not by the people on the street.
It is not my position to make any judgments on the law of this land. I am a teacher, that is all.
I understand. I thank you. Is there anything else you have, Kenwin?
Have a
I thank
pleasant
you.
evening.
And you as well.
Thank you for your help.
He gives you a nod and kind of gestures for you towards the door.
Leave.
Are you doing anything more?
No, the gun said his piece and left.
Okay.
Messaged it in chat, but I'm gonna say it out loud. We're gonna get fucking bagged by the Combe Gestapo because Lagan keeps running his mouth.
Lagon's gonna fuck as many of them up as it takes.
Yeah, but like... Look, I don't know about you, but me personally, I've lost a few too many characters because my DMs like to tend to make really unnecessarily beefy guards. I've had this happen a few too many good times. Anyways.
That being said, switching over to our good Rune and Vanya. Two of you walking together towards the headmaster of the science division's office.
I need to check in with everyone out of character as well. What was I supposed to ask here at the science office? What's the point? What was I doing?
Probably looking for a scientific approach to the necromancy stuff.
You were trying to find the scientific side of necromancy. That was all I understood. I don't know if you had any other.
Unless you just wanted to make a talking between Vanya and Rune.
I mean, we can talk to the professor. I would like to have the moment with Vanya, but if anything, if like I'm not here, I want to progress this story out of character. On an out of character level, I want to progress the story. I don't want more lore dumps.
Okay.
Because I feel like we've repeated a couple things quite a few times now. Okay. So, I'm trying to think of what I would want to ask the professor, though. I guess... Yeah, like, academically, what is the purpose? What's the history on this as far as academia is concerned? Or even the city? Yep. Okay, I got it. Yeah, all right. Okay. Let's go.
All right. Vanya and Rune walking together.
Rune, what's to Vanya? There was an image within the book earlier. The dragon featured in it was long, of a platinum color.
Really?
Yeah. While the image and the symbol was that of Bahamut. Still,
your description of the dragon that you had seen. It was familiar.
Lines up. Full of Bahamut. Oh, the more we dig into this, the more confusing everything gets.
Agreed. My concern is, if it is such a creature of legendary powers that we've been working to uncover the secrets of similar creatures and beings. Lately I have received an impression that such mythology has more standing than most individuals care to trail. And I'm starting to question how much of it has been covered and trailed before. Where does the line stop between others' research and our own?
That's a good question. I've been coming across so much repeating information lately that maybe that is the line. You just need to find a way to push it further.
I suppose the answers are at the sources.
Whoever those may be.
As stated before, we will be very likely returning to your homeland again.
Well, aside from the implications of that, I look forward to showing you around my home. You might like it. Better than the desert in any case.
You've told me a bit about it. As far as what you did there.
Not much to talk about with at least the town I grew up in. Just situated in the forest, maybe a few miles from the mountains. Not on any of the major trade routes, but close enough to a couple of them that we still get plenty of traffic coming in and out. Nice quiet place. And that. Just running in those woods, trees.
What were the forests like?
Different than the Grove. I still felt at home there. Don't get me wrong. At home in any forested area, but the ones back home were lighter in a sense. A few more clearings. Or sunlight coming through.
Sounds pleasant.
It is.
That one that we ran into in town. The man you have history with.
Arthas.
Yes.
And at this point, she is keeping a very close eye on him.
Okay.
If you don't mind me asking, what is more of your history with him? You mentioned you trust him. He was a mentor.
Oh, you like he said that night, he saved me from an owlbear mother. She's gonna pull out the necklace and show him the tooth. There were attacks in the area. It just had a storm, so I was going through and clearing out some of the more well-walked pathways. Got a little too close to it. And it attacked. He got there before it could do any major damage to me and killed it. Saw some potential in me, I guess, and took me in as a student. We were traveling in and around the area together for about 5 years, maybe.
5 years, and yet you've spent many, many years alone or with your village.
The village. When Karthus left, I had a chance to go with him, but wasn't ready to leave home yet. So he left, and I stayed behind. Lost contact after 4 years. Shocked to see him here.
I suppose the reunion must have been good.
It was. Lots of things remain the same, some things change.
And what changed? He turns his head to Vanya. You see a glint of curiousness.
We both did. What we want isn't the same as it used to be.
What is it that you want?
Still working on discovering that. He seems to have found his path here.
I see. And what remained the same?
Feelings. Feelings that, now that we've come across each other again, all there never surface.
And you see Rune is at that. He seems to almost, he turns his head back forward, and he just kind of goes quiet. Up until they reach the office.
Okay.
I'm fine. Returning to the task at hand.
She's just studying him the entire time.
And before he opens the door to the professor's office, he stops and looks back at her, making eye contact. And his hand comes up for a moment, and he seems hesitant there, holding it in the air before finally deciding to put it on her shoulder. I'm hoping wherever we go, you're able to find what you are looking for and what you want.
Hope the same for you. She's just got like a little bit of a sweet smile on her face.
Anya, you get the sense he wants to say something else, but he keeps it to himself. Quiet, stern. Always in his head. He nods to Vanya. Friendly gesture, and opens up the door to the science professor's office.
Yes, yes, who is it?
Pardon the intrusion. We're visitors here at the college. We're seeking some information and answers. Perhaps you can help us.
And what you see in front of you is a dwarvish man who is kind of even small for a dwarf. And he's got sort of poofy, sort of red and white, kind of like natural red and white hair. His beard is braided into a single point. He's wearing the robes of the college, and seems to be having a little bit of trouble putting something back on the top shelf of his office. And he's up on a step stool, and kind of looks back at you both. Well, who are you?
We're part of an organization known as the Lucky Sevens. We're on an investigation to discern more information regarding these recent zombie attacks and outbreaks in the rural parts of the city.
Information on that. You think I have information on that?
I think you have information on the arcanic implications of necromancy.
Yes, I'm an arcade professor in both the sciences and in the arcade.
Enlighten me. What can you tell us?
Well, necromancy is rather broad. Will you help me? You're a tall lad. Put this on the top shelf.
Rune just cocks its head for a moment, but he still moves forward. Comes up to the item, comes up to the dwarf and takes the item that he needs and puts it up on the top shelf.
There. A little to the left.
He pokes it.
Perfect. Now I can concentrate. It was bothering me all goddamn day. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yes. You want to know all of the sort of what now?
Wanting to understand if you know more about zombies in particular, the arcanic and science implications of which.
Well, the science implications of which are they're dead. They are typically moving but rotting corpses still in the decomposition phases. You occasionally have the ability to make skeletons walk. The dead corpse of an individual, in the various stages of decomposition, and thus it's very hard to pin down what exactly you mean by that.
Gambling mound simply does not get up on its own, come out of a grave.
No.
Well, ghosts can easily be explained away by the circumstances. Perhaps a spirit, soul. Such things I'm not too understanding of myself.
Well, all of that is things about like souls and potential energies and things of all that sort. I'd leave those to the priests and give people comfort. But really, they're manifestations of energy. You see, they are the sort of you are you an arcanist?
Yes.
Then anyone understand that you can you take energy from the arcane sort of fabric of the world and you create it into something new. Yes.
Yes.
It's exactly the same with apparitions. Apparitions are just manifestations of the fabric of the world, in which strong emotions or strong energies have come together and created a form. Now, whether you
see.
believe that that's a soul that has attached itself to the world that we reside in, that's on you, and whether or not you believe in any such things. But uh, but in the study of such things, it is simply a energy, as it were. The 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 use of that energy and the back and forth of the arcane is all about energy.
Right. My question to you, then,
Mhm.
is can such an conglomeration of energy able to possess a vessel on its own accord, such as a corpse?
On its own? No. The connection between a body and that energy that resides within all of us to pilot us is disconnected once the person dies. It's you can force energy into a being and cause it to walk. That is what happens when it comes to zombies. But on their own, no, not at all. A soul cannot. I guess a soul or this energy that creates these apparitions can't do so on its own. Otherwise, it would it not? It wouldn't. It would just re-enter its form and continue walking as if nothing had happened. That that doesn't happen naturally.
If someone were to do this, how close would they have to be?
To put a soul back
To
in a body,
yes.
or are we talking make the body walk and sing and dance as if it did have a soul but doesn't?
The second one. More reanimating to get it moving around and attacking people.
Moving around and attacking people is simple. It's much more simple than placing the soul that used to inhabit the body back into the body. That's far more difficult. That's virtually unheard of.
However, moving a cadaver like a puppet is something that can be performed quite simply. The problem and concern is the frequency in which it occurs and where it is occurring. Graveyards are a common location, of course, but how close does one
Yes.
have to be to do such a thing?
Generally speaking, an arcanist such as yourself might have to be relatively close. It's most of the most of the arcane sort of manipulations that I have, I do have to be in the same room at the very minimum. But zombies getting up and walking on their own doesn't happen naturally. No, that that is something that is can be done with the arcane. It just isn't taught here. If that's what you're
By
looking
chance, we were looking for the individual responsible. How would we go about tracking them down?
for. Well, each person has their own sort of unique way of doing the things that they do, yes? And so the key would be to sort of the key to understanding who it is that may have done something. If you're doing an investigation, for instance, is the authorities usually utilize someone who is very well versed in the ways in which the arcane can be presented, but there's always a little signature, always a little something that kind of, at the very least, tells you where they might have learned. Now, exactly who is a trickier question, because that delves into like clairvoyance and things like that, and I'm not a clairvoyant.
Mm.
It certainly gives us more of an idea than what we had.
True.
most investigations usually start at the source, and so if you're looking for who done it, arcane signatures tend to fade over time, but these things have been happening within a couple of times in the last few years, and well,
It happened again the other day.
I heard. I
I
used
have
to
a
live in the slums,
suspicion.
you see.
You did.
Yes.
See. Then do you know if there is a frequency in certain areas as opposed to others? Not just the slums or graveyards.
Other places where the dead might be interred, like mausoleums and other such things. But mausoleums and crematories and other such places usually have wards and things to protect from such things. The cost of putting up some or putting wards on a body or putting wards on a building or things of that sort to protect it from these things are expensive.
So you're saying find mausoleums that do not have wards.
If you're as prolific an arcanist as you say, as I think that you might be, I'm sure that you would find that very easy to detect.
I think that is an excellent suggestion. We'll start with that and move forward. And perhaps we can find traces of such magic. Typically, it requires resources and materials even to perform most spells.
Most spells, yes. Everything has a cost. Now, what that cost is dependent upon the spell.
True. With the recent attacks, I get the suspicion that there might be some sort of magical residue from the point of casting. So it's worth investigating that.
Point of casting is always a little trickier to find. But the affected corpse, for instance, might give you some place to start. And it's very sad when these things happen because you know, as people, we like to make sure that our dead are buried and safe, and when things like this occur, it's disheartening because ultimately they have to be reburied, and that digs up old wounds.
Yes.
Or if the family can afford it, and cremate or ward the body or something else. One of my cousins was one of these.
Sorry to hear it.
Yes, well, such is the way of things.
Well, it's our intent on bringing it to an end. One way or another.
It doesn't happen very often. It's not an incredibly pressing matter. Is it?
Recent attacks have been becoming more frequent, as you've said.
Only time before they ramp up again.
The most recent one happened in broad daylight.
Well, if you ask me, my assumption is cultists.
Cultists.
The Destroyer gods probably still have followers, and so you're likely to find cultists at the center of anything vile.
Not that Rune is going to kind of like glance an inquisitive look at Vanya. That, you know, that like look like,
Yeah.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah. Cults upon cults upon cults.
I mean, the worship of Ouija started off as a cult. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard.
I don't put much faith into anything. I look at what it is that I can see, what I can feel, what I can touch, and that is my faith.
I understand the feeling. I grew up in Hessen.
Ah,
Religion is outlawed. In a sense.
well, then any religion in Essen would be a cult now, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Do you have experience with cults here in the past? Perhaps it has been within the city's history.
Not that I'm aware of, but that could be my own limited experience. As there isn't a whole lot in the way of that sort of thing that goes on in one's life, unless you're already kind of deep in. Cultists usually tend to draw in their family members as additional members, and so I don't personally know anyone like that, but from what I hear, at least, based on other people's study of cults and things like that, is that they tend to isolate themselves until they're ready to strike. Whatever that strike might be.
Mm.
And if we're
And I think
talking
there-
about necromantic and cults, well, I can think of a few deities who might find that useful, but again, their sort of worship is taboo in nature, and thus, nobody wants to be seen doing that sort of thing.
Oh, they most certainly wouldn't. You've given us a lot to go on. Thank you.
Of course. Glad I could be of help.
Certainly, Professor. You've helped us with it in furthering our investigation. We hope to end this circumstance, these tragedies, sooner than later.
Well, as I said, it's not been a pressing matter, but if you are keen on undertaking this endeavor, I'm sure Lord Kaiji would be more than pleased.
Not necessarily that we're worried about. Just
he would be the one granting you rewards for such a thing. Unearthing corruption within his power? Certainly he'd smile upon you at the very least. And that in and of itself is a reward.
Right. Again, we appreciate your assistance, Professor. We'll leave you to the rest of your duties.
Oh, could you do me one more thing?
Yes.
Can you take that other thing down off of the shelf?
And without moving, Rune just reaches up, grabs the thing, and hands it to him.
Fantastic. You are a very helpful lad.
Rune nods. I do as I can.
Well, I hope you have a pleasant evening.
Same to you.
Same to you, Professor.
With that, upon leaving the room, Rune closes the door behind them. And he's processing some information. So from the sounds of it, we might have luck investigating the cemeteries and checking mausoleums directly to see which areas do not have significant or sufficient warding.
Yes, that'd be a good place to start. Makes sense why most of this is happening in the slums now, too.
Perhaps,
The more money you have, the better warding you can get.
perhaps in that same sense, maybe Lagan might be able to hollow the ground.
Be a good idea. Just kind of as they're walking and talking, she's gonna reach over and just kind of take his hand. It's like a natural thing, just as they're walking, just to see what he does.
And Rune, he looks down and stops for a moment. Can I help you with something?
Oh. Not at all. Well, it does take another moment before she does ask a small question. We're jealous for you.
Rune, he looks surprised. Jealous.
Of Karthos.
Rune doesn't answer. He looks down the hall. He looks at Vanya's hand, holding his still. We should get moving. Return to the rest of the group. And as they begin to walk, he looks back at Vanya really fast and says, I don't want you to let go, though.
She won't let go.
All right. The two groups reconverge in the courtyard or in the front of the administration office. Lagan and Kinwin now meeting up with Rune and Vanya.
And as they walk up, Rune doesn't even let go of Vanya's hand. It's just like, it's like natural. He just... It's like a protocol in his brain at this point.
It does remind you of something. A voice different from Vanya's. You are jealous, aren't you?
Maybe I am.
As if a memory.
So you say that out loud?
That's a good question. Coffee, could you high or low this one?
Sure. What's your call?
High, he is composed, and he doesn't say it out loud. Low, composure is lost.
Okay. High or low on a d20? High, he is composed. Low, he is not. That is high. Barely.
But yeah, once they return to the group, again, hand in hand with Vanya, he presents the information to Lagan and Kinwin.
And Vanya, his hand is surprisingly warm for a metal man. But carry on.
We've discerned some information that might be useful as far as the arcanic abilities of and implications of necromancy. For starters, there is always the magical residue that could be left behind, which is typically found on the target of the spell itself. I remember we've investigated the cadavers before and found some essence. It might be worth investigating them again if we have the chance, or if there are others. The second thing is a point of investigation. Any sort of cemeteries, mausoleums, or places of death that do not have sufficient warding may prove useful. More so than that, if we are able to hollow or sanctify the grounds from with your capabilities or others, then it might be sufficient enough to keep these cadavers from rising again. We've discerned it is not the result of ghosts or energies of such, outside of any sort of arcanic power. There is no natural means from which a shambling corpse can arise.
Assumed as much, and, we got to know more than what we'd already had. While I have knowledge of such things, as of yet, that is a bit beyond my means. And I doubt we would have the materials required, even if it...
There is one more thing. There is suspicion that perhaps this is the work of a cult, or cultish activity.
Tends to form around such things, especially with those who are greedy or striving for power to overturn such things.
True. But
And
point being, it might be a small unit that is organizing these crimes. If we remove their resources, or at least their methods of attack, then we might have an opportunity to corner them.
beyond catching these individuals, then there's not much we can do. There's quite a stir at the Don lowers his voice as he says this to just Vanya, Rune, Kinwin can hear him. Stir at your cigarette that we've been sent to investigate. Apparently a number of professors here, history, archaeology, and certain as to, other than knowing it's there, can't even get close to inspect it. Some large moving stones are preventing this.
Large moving stones. Define.
Yes. I will describe to her what was described to me by Professor Carrot.
About
Durant, sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
that there's giant rock monsters or other such odd things that have been preventing the archaeologist, the dig team, from getting close.
Do I, can I roll to see if I know what the hell that might be?
That's an Arcana check.
That is. I'm so grateful for my dice today. Okay, so that's gonna be 18 plus 5.
23. All right. Something is stirring in your memory. Something you maybe haven't encountered in quite a long time. Thinking back, especially since that voice that you heard in your mind from a memory just a moment ago has you thinking back to the past, there is the possibility of naturally forming or otherwise arcane in origin the creation of a sort of guardianship by the elements. Elementals, they used to be called. Ancient, sort of guardians, and perhaps is being more utilized now more than ever. But what
I
could be
see.
driving this one? If it is an elemental at all.
I have suspicions that such moving stone structures could be elementals. There's usually some sort of drive or a modum operandi that they work on.
Now, you've heard of jacks, you've heard of golems. These things are powered by the arcane, but are not beings themselves. The difference with an elemental is that it does have its own will and drive.
Elementals, unlike jacks or golems, seem to have their own will, sense of self, maybe. It is by the arcana that they exist. As if the magic made it alive. That said, it is interesting.
Yeah.
It sounds almost as if perhaps they are protecting the area from intruders.
Be.
Whatever they are doing, they are keeping everyone from getting to location. So that is the only information I have.
See.
So where do we begin for searching into this?
If we still wish to make the journey, we might want to inspect the graveyard, one of the graveyards in the shanty towns. Search inside, search around the mausoleums, and perhaps see if there is a way that we can begin with warding.
That makes sense.
I searched the one that we started in with that fight. There are residues of necromantic energies, but I can't give you more than that.
And we check the other cemeteries.
We can do that, and again, the wording you are suggesting is a bit beyond my capabilities at this point. And even if it weren't, as I said, I doubt we have the resources. It is a quite expensive spell. And all of the items that are required are consumed by it. And I doubt many of the civilians living in the lower quarters of this city have the means with which to purchase such things.
Maybe the father can introduce us to someone who might be a little more accommodating.
That's always a possibility. But, I don't think too many of the people up here are accommodating.
One spell that you might not be thinking of, but that would be something that you could be useful to you, though, Lagon, is you do know of Gentle Repose, which protects the body of an individual.
Right. No, that is the only spell I have. when they specifically said hallow,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I know of the spell,
Right.
and that requires 1,000 gold of
Right.
material that is consumed. I don't have that, and I do have gentle rose.
Yeah, you would know that you'd be able to ward the individual
Yeah,
bodies, but not a
I
place at this time.
and yeah, and I can do that ritually
Mm-hmm.
as many times as I need. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah. The only other thing that I could offer is I could protect the bodies of those who are dead. But it only lasts 10 days.
And we will have to work quickly.
Yes.
Alright. So,
You cut
to
out.
the cemetery? Grr. I said, so we're going searching the cemeteries?
Yep. I think, well, I mean, as a party, we can either call it here for the night, I think, or we can go check out the cemeteries.
Yeah, I was gonna make the transition as we're gonna close up here a second.
Okay.
Seems like a good
But
place
if
to
so long as this scene was over.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So the next step is to go to the cemetery at night.
Begin gentle reposing.
I would, well, I have to touch the bodies, so
Yeah,
that's the,
it would be anybody that's been unearthed is a potential for gentle repose.
Which works because I don't think any of those bodies that came shambling out were dug up.
there were some walking skeletons, so,
Yep. There were some walking skeletons, some walking zombies. Any of those that had been dispatched, the bodies quickly got cleaned up, and if they're and it's been a couple of days, so they might have been reburied or cremated or what have you. You'll have to check with each individual place, but they do have most do have somebody in charge of the grounds that would be able to give you an idea of what they have done or what will do. So
Is it not?
Father Masterson said that the bodies that had been killed and that had been collected, at least in our area of the town, had all been cremated.
yeah, because that was the quickest way to kind of cure the sort of undead thing that was going around. So he and that was kind of an en masse sort of thing where they could deal with it all at once. But yeah, the next step that the Lucky Sevens will be taking on will be that they will be visiting a cemetery in the middle of the night, because it will be night by the time you get there. So
Ooh, spooky, spooky.
spooky.
I would like to, if there's one in this portion of the town, check it before we leave.
Before you leave the upper the sort of middle areas.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then that will be where you go.
Okay.
During the night is to a which is kind of still be kind of on the edge of the middle portion of the city, but still within the walls, because the shanty town's outside the walls.
Right.
But yeah, that's where we'll begin next time. Is a cemetery walking at night in the sort of middle-ish area of the city. Well, thank you guys so much for playing. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you enjoyed. You guys are a pretty great cast. Not gonna lie, some of my favorites. Well, that does leave us with the sort of cleaning up for the session. So, everybody gets their 5 for showing up. Yay! Everybody for doing the deeds that they were doing today. I'm gonna say that's another 3, because you did another 3 things-ish in total each.
Alright.
Uh, and then we do the player-voted sort of additional experience. So, and we do that, but kind of based off of the way that we do things on in Vampire, in that who moved the plot the furthest, be it personal, be it the main plot, be it something else. Who did that? Who had our best scene for the night, and who had our best line for the night? And then, of course, there's the audience favorite, because the audience is fickle gods as well. They have a say in how you progress. So, my dear cast, who moved our plot?
Yes.
I am torn between Lagan and Rune. They're both kind of pushing us forward there at the college.
Both were very big question, boys.
Yeah. I kind of want to take it on myself and vote myself because no shill or anything, but I did give us our next step.
Go
That's
right
true.
ahead. I will give it to Rune.
Majority for Rune. All right. Who had the best scene?
I'm gonna vote for Kenwood.
Ooh.
The
Yes.
dropping the rat form with Cypher in the basement of the library.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think you're supposed to be here.
That one.
Cypher replies, I don't think you're supposed to be here either.
I'm absolutely for that. A good Kinwin spotlight, because I just feel like it's so rare that we get that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Love it. Love
That's
to see
true.
it. Then Kenwood it is for our best scene. Best line.
Are you jealous?
Yeah. You were jealous, weren't you?
Yes, Rune was jealous. He was so jealous.
Yes.
Then it goes to Vanya for the jealousy line. Yes. Love it. Love to see it. Well, we're the poll for the audience vote is almost finished, and it looks like
Wow.
hot damn,
Jesus.
Vanya is probably going to take it by a landslide unless somebody else snipes it out of nowhere.
There's shenanigans regardless.
Oh yeah, there's 38
Great.
votes. 95% of the votes are going to Vanya. So
Yeah, wow.
somebody,
Someone's using a shit ton of points to do
yeah,
that.
somebody is using a shit ton of points. Damn.
Not me.
Yep,
I don't have that many points anymore.
It's one vote
Hey,
versus
don't
one
use them
vote
all
versus
during off
78. It's 82. Damn,
Six.
somebody's dumping all their points. Yeah,
Right.
it's a Vanya
I
steal.
don't think they got enough points for vote.
Sorry, what was that, Woden?
I don't think they get more XP for more votes.
No, not for more votes, but they do. Oh damn,
Damn,
Derek with
Wow.
106,000 channel points. God damn,
Wow.
shenanigans
Thank
indeed.
you.
117 votes, 98%. Well,
God
Yeah.
damn. Look
Vanya,
at that.
Wow. Congratulations.
like that there's more votes than viewers.
It was the only way.
That was my point when it got over 50.
Yep. I was like, yeah, this is a landslide. There's possibly no other way.
Yeah.
Love it. Love to see it, Derek. Thank you so much for contributing so many channel points.
Yes, thank you.
And
Yeah.
we definitely appreciate all of our audience, all of you who are sticking it out. I'm glad we had some really good scenes, some really good interaction. Loved the interaction between Cypher and Kinwin. I thought that was a gem. It was very delightful. But thank you guys so much for watching. We will very likely be back next week for an episode because I believe everyone is okay, has has told me that they are free for that day. Yes, everyone here is free for that
Yes.
day. Okay.
Yes.
All right, then we will definitely have an episode for next week, which will be the pre-Christmas episode. So that's going to be a thing there, and of course, on Wednesday, I believe we will also be doing have the episode for Austin, which will also have special guest Lethality Complex uh, to uh, to um, kind of inject a little bit of chaos into the city of Austin with La Muerta. So uh, the definitely be on the lookout for those. VODs are going to go up on YouTube this weekend because I haven't yet posted all of them yet. And as Streamlabs has reminded us, we are very close to 500 followers uh, on uh, uh, on Twitch here, and very close to 100 subscribers on YouTube. If you have not subscribed on YouTube and you haven't followed here on Twitch, do so, because we will do an appreciation stream on the 4-year anniversary. Should we hit those goals before then? So the 4-year anniversary being 4 years affiliate. So that that way that way we can celebrate all of that together. We'll celebrate all of you as viewers, and all of on YouTube and Twitch, and all of everybody out there who is supporting this channel in one way or another. I don't get to shout out any of you often enough because I'm always in game, and I do role playing games. I don't actually engage with Twitch chat when when things are going on in there, but you are much appreciated, and I hope you know that. But with that being said, we are going to close out for tonight with our lucky sevens, getting ready to go to lovely uh, a lovely graveyard and or mausoleum in the middle of the night under the moon. So, say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.